We are live. Shut the front door. Dead wrong. Not in this house. Not in this house. Shit. Oh, God. Nobody joined yet, so you good. Oh, there's one viewer. Okay. Give a couple people time to come on. Hello, hello. Turn this heater down a little bit. Hello. Greetings, greetings. Hello. I'm gonna give a couple, time. I'm start at 4 o'clock, so give it some time for people to join. But thank you for joining me today. Are you sewing this pattern today with me? And if you're not, you feel free to watch. That'll be fine too. Ooh, stretch my back. You don't have the pattern yet? Okay. But can you hear me just fine? You can give a thumbs up emoji, it's fine. So I'll know. Hello. Still gonna give time for people to join before I introduce myself. Okay, great. Hello, Coca. How are you? It's okay if I call you Coco? Or is that Coca? Did I pronounce it right? Kokua? Okay, I'll call you T. That's fine. Yeah. T will work. All right, one more minute and then I'll start. All right, hello. My name is Dee and welcome to my channel, Patterns by D Designs. Today is the Sew Along for Simplicity S9822. Want to introduce myself a little bit. You know, I've been sewing since 2007, but took a hiatus before the pandemic started. So now I'm back sewing more than ever now. Let's see. Today I'm working with a brother sewing machine, and for this pattern I am going to do the flat felt seam method. So I'm gonna switch my threads out periodically because I don't have another sewing machine at the moment. So that's the method I'm going to work on. It will be, this is a little bit of advanced pattern, but beginners are more than welcome to join in as well, because I'm going to do step by step on putting this pattern together. Hello. Now, for right now, I already did one half of the pattern. So now I'm going to work on the other half. And, you know, let's see if I can put it over. So as you see here, I'm going to do the buttons, closures, instead of the buttonhole method. Little grommet push button closures. That's what I'm going to do on the jumper today. And I'm working using a black stretch jean fabric. So, and I'm doing the green top stitch, so you can see the green, so the green can pop off the black. So that's what I'm going to work with today. And okay, a couple people have joined, and I like starting on time. So with further ado, let's get your start with pattern piece number 1. And I hope everybody can hear me just fine and see my other camera just fine. All right, let's get started. Now with pattern piece number 1, you're going to have to attach your pleats at the bottom, at the waist edge. But make sure you have all your markings on the front, because that's where you're going to lay your pocket. So right now, this is the left side of my pattern piece. So starting at the bottom waist, you're going to fold over, matching each of the notches on the right side of the fabric, and you're going to pin. You're going to do this for both pleats. and you're going to pin. So it'll look something like this, if you can see. Hopefully you can see it down at the bottom. And you're going to do a edge stitch. Now, some people use base stitch, but I'm not going to base it. I'm just going to do an edge stitch of 1/8 of an inch away from the edge, from the waist edge. But make sure the pleat is folded towards the side seam right here. So make sure it's facing towards the side seam. Now I hope I don't go fast for you guys. Hope you can keep up. And I'll try my best to answer any questions on the comments area. So, but if I don't, please follow me as best as you can. Now, if you see the pleats, they're facing the side seam, so that's done. Now we're going to grab pattern piece number 2, and it's the front pocket. Okay, now with the wrong sides, you're going to fold over the wrong sides, and you have notches on the top and on the bottom. You're going to do a straight stitch from notch to notch on the front of the fabric. Okay, so now it should look like this with the front. You can't barely see it because of my black fabric, but you're going to press the front flat on the pocket. Okay, now I'm going to top stitch, and I'm going to do 2 rows on each side of the front of the pocket. You don't have to. You can do 1 edge stitch if you like on each side. Okay, now make sure you cut your extra thread off. So it should look like this. Oh, sorry, upside down. So I did the top stitch and the edge stitch to give it a little decorative design with the green thread. So this is what your pocket should look like. Now you're going to, from at the 2 dots here, you're going to fold the fabric with the right sides facing at those 2 dots. And you're going to press. And now you're going to, with this press, you're going to fold up the very top edge on the with the wrong sides facing 1/4 inch up. So it'll look like this. And you're going to press. Now, when I did the top stitch for the middle part, you can base stitch the bottom and the top, but you don't have to because you did the top stitching portion or the edge stitching portion to keep it down. But once you have done the top flap of the pocket, you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch at that dot, like you see here, that marking on each side. And you're going to stitch all the way around the pocket using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance to the other dot on the other side. Am I going too fast for you guys? And don't forget the back stitch. Now it should look like this. So now you're going to cut a little bit of the flap on the side of the pocket off. Hope y'all can see. Let me try to get this a little closer. That's better. Now, you're going to cut some of this flap off so you can turn your pocket like this. Okay? So you're going to cut this a little bit. Don't cut the fabric underneath yet. Just cut maybe a 1/4 inch off. Okay. Now you're going to flip it, and then you're going to cut. Cut a little bit off the corner. And it's going to look like this. Okay. Let's do the other side. So that's this way. Cut a little bit of the corner off. Don't cut your thread. And then you're going to turn the pocket corners in. Make sure you get like a fabric puncher so you can turn in the corners, can come out a little bit better. Okay. And you're going to press that flat down. All right, just like that. Okay. And now you're going to stitch the top. You're going to edge stitch the top closed. Okay. Make sure you clip all your little excess threads away. Okay. So now you're going to fold the bottom edge upwards. And with that thread, with that 5/8 of an inch stitch, that's where you're going to fold the fabric. Right on that stitching line. Right on that stitching line, that's where you're going to fold. Okay, now what I do is, since you have your indentation on the stitch line, you're going to fold the corner in and then fold the side and the bottom together at that corner. And you're going to press. You're going to do the same thing for the other side of the pocket. You're going to press. So this is your pocket for the front of your bodice. So now you're going to take your front piece and match it with the lower dots. And you're going to pin. All right, so now you have your pocket pinned down on your front bodice at those lower two dots. You're going to edge stitch close to the edge of your pocket on each, starting with one side down to across the bottom to the other side. Now, once you get down to the bottom of the pocket, you're going to lift your pressure foot up with the needle still inside of still through the fabric. And then you're going to pivot to stitch the bottom edge of your pocket. Now you're going to back stitch so you can lock the stitching and lock it in better so it won't unravel. You're going to cut. I'm doing edge stitch and the top stitch to give it that double stitching line. Okay, now it should look like this. And now I'm going to add the grommets on mine. So I'm going to add one here later. So for right now, we're going to do pattern piece number 3. So with pattern piece number 3, make sure you put all your markings down that are matched on the pattern piece itself. And with both pieces, you're going to, now if you're going to add a buttonhole opening, do that buttonhole opening first before you stitch. Well, let's wait to do that. Let's put these two together first. I'm sorry. Let's stitch these two together with the right size of the fabric matching each other. And we're going to do a 5/8 of an inch stitch seam allowance all the way from the side to the bottom to the other side. Okay, so now that you have stitched your pockets using 5/8 inch seam allowance, now we're going to trim the edges and make sure you sew both pocket flaps together with right sides facing each other. Okay, so now we're going to turn this inside out. Get your point pusher to help push out the corners in the center. And then you're going to press it. Right. Now you're going to base stitch the very top edge of the pocket. Okay, so now you can see my base stitching. I only did 1/4 of an inch from the edge. Now you can apply your buttonhole if you want, or you can wait until the end and do it. But now I'm going to do the green top stitching around the edge and the bottom of the pocket flap. What's going on? Okay, got it now. So. Any comments? Hey, LaShawn, how are you? Stopping by to say hello. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah. I can't see how y'all can read comments and sew at the same time. I gotta get the hang of that. Okay, so thank you for stopping by, LaShawn. I appreciate you. Okay, now this is what the pocket flap looks like. So now we're going to attach it to the front bodice. All right, now you'll see the 2 top dots, and you see the dots on the side of your pocket flap. You're going to match those dots. And then you're going to pin. And now you're going to stitch from dot to dot, straight across. Make sure you back stitch. Okay. Cut. Make sure you cut off all your excess threads. Now you're going to fold it down and you're going to press. And now you're going to top stitch from the edge of the top of the pocket all the way across. But before you do that, trim a little bit, maybe 1/4 inch off of your extra pocket fabric. Now you're going to stitch across 1/4 inch. Okay. Now, like I said, I was doing the decorative top stitching method, so I top stitch it twice on the top. So, and this is what your pocket should look like. Now we're going to work on the pocket piece number 4, which is the back of your back bodice. And make sure you transfer all your markings and your notches, because we're going to do the same at the very bottom waist edge of applying your pleats. Okay, so like you did for the front of the bodice, we're going to do the same thing for the back of the bodice, which at your notches, with the right sides of the fabric facing, you're going to fold from notch to notch, and you're going to pin. You're going to do the same for the same pleat, matching the notches on the right sides of the fabric, and you're going to pin. And the folds of your pleat are going to face the side seam. And you can base stitch or edge stitch your pleats closed. Okay. So now that you have applied your pleats to the bottom back bodice, now you're going to attach your yoke, you're going to attach both back pattern pieces in the middle, in the center back. So I already did that, so let me take this off. All right. So this is my other piece, back bodice piece. Now with right side spacing, I'm going to take the other back bodice piece and match the double notches at the center back, and you're going to pin. You're going to pin the top and the bottom, the center back. You're going to do 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. The more you do it. Yeah, I figured that. I hope it gets easier. You love the stitching. Thank you, LaShawn. Okay, now with the back bodice attached in the center back, press your seam allowance open. And now you're going to attach the back yoke to the back bodice. And with right side spacing, you're going to match the double notches on the yoke to the double notches on the back. You're going to do 5/8 of an inch all the way across. Hello, Patricia. How are you? Thank you for joining. Okay, now your back yoke and your back bodice is attached. You're going to press the seam allowance open. I'm doing the flat felt seam method. So now I already did it a little bit for one side. So now I'm going to do it all the way across, finish it all the way across. So I'm going to cut the bottom layer. Cut 1/4 inch off of the bottom part of the seam allowance. Now you could serge. You can serge your seam allowance and then apply the top stitching. But I do it this way so it won't be so bulky. And I'm not going to use the other yoke. Now you can do the burrito method of applying the other yoke if you want. But I'm not going to do that since I'm doing the flat felt method. It's a cleaner look to it. So with the top seam allowance, you're going to press 1/4 inch of that down. And then you're going to fold that over the seam allowance that you cut off to cover that up. Cut a little bit more of this off so it won't be seen. Okay. Now we're going to finish this up all the way across. Okay, as you see here, I'm gonna finish it all the way, finish that green stitching all the way across to the other side. Okay, so I did the top stitching, the flat felt seam method. This is what it looks like on the inside of the jumper. So now I'm going to attach. Now you're going to attach the front bodice at the shoulder seam of the back bodice. All right, so you're going to take the front shoulder seam and attach it to the shoulders of the back yoke bodice, matching the notches. You're going to pin. And make sure you definitely pin at the notches so everything can be even when you stitch each of the pieces together. So you're going to use 5/8 of an inch all the way across the shoulder seam. Okay. So I attached my shoulder, my front to my back at the shoulder. So now I'm going to do the flat felt seam for the shoulder. Press the seam allowance open. You always press your seam allowances open. So I'm going to cut the seam allowance that's laying on the back part of your jumper. Don't cut the front, cut the back. And you're going to fold 1/4 inch of the seam allowance down, and you're going to press. Oh, this thing is hot. And then you're going to fold that over. I like doing this definitely to denim, because denim, it gives it a professional, finished look to it. And then you're going to press that down. And now you're going to top stitch and edge stitch. Okay. Now that you have closed your shoulder, your front bodice and your back bodice at the shoulder, now we're going to add the sleeve, which is pattern piece number 6. Now with pattern piece number 6, make sure you transfer all your markings, which is the sleeve. Okay, so we're going to do the flat method of applying your sleeve to your front and your back bodice at the armhole. So with right side spacing, and make sure you have 1 notch for the front and 2 notches for the back. You're going to match the notches and pin. And you're going to match the dots as well. So the dots for the shoulder seam. You're also going to match the dot for the back yoke. And you're going to match the front dot for the front in between the shoulder seam and the single notch for the front. You're going to match those dots as well. And pin. And pin at the side seam. And now you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch all the way from the front to the back. Hello, Selena. How are you? You're not on. They don't see you. They can hear you, but they can't see you. Are you all sewing the pattern as well, or y'all just watching? Yeah, I like doing the flat method for the sleeve instead of, I guess it depends on certain patterns that you have to close the side seam first and then fit the armhole around in the bodice, in the top bodice of the garment. I like doing the flat method. It's quicker to me and easier. So, yeah. Okay, that is done with the sleeve. Now I got to do the flat felt method on the sleeve as well. So here's the arm. Now, if you're doing the flat felt seam with the arm, you're going to press your seam open, but then you're going to do the flat felt seam on the shoulder instead of laying it on the sleeve itself. Just like this one. See how it's laying on the shoulder and not on the sleeve? Okay, now when it comes to doing the flat belt seam on the sleeve, you're going to cut the seam that's laying on the shoulder. Because I want it to lay on the shoulder this way. So you're going to cut this side of the seam. And plus, because it's bulkier here, so it's going to be harder if you fold this in half and lay it this way. So you want to cut the bulky portion of the hem off. You want to press the other side of the hem, 1/4 of an inch off. Ooh, this thing is hot. Now sometimes I use my hand to put underneath to give it some support, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm being pretty lazy today, so I'm just going to fit it around. Okay, now I'm going to fold that over top of the cut part of the hem, part of the seam allowance, I'm sorry. Thank you guys for joining me. I do appreciate you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope y'all can hear me as well. Okay, so now that is laying flat. I'm going to stitch it on the right side so the green can show. The green thread can show. Hey Lisa, how are you? It is raining here, y'all. How's everybody doing so far? Y'all okay? Are y'all good? Oh, all is well. Okay, have a good one. Thank you. Thank you so much. Take care. Thank you for joining me. Okay, now I did the top stitching around the armhole of the arm. So now I'm about to, with right sides facing, you're going to close your sleeve and your side seam closed. You're going to use 5/8 of an inch to close that. So you're going to close your side seam and your sleeve and make sure your underarm is matching. Your seam is matching underneath your arm, underneath the armhole. Pin. Match your notches. And match the waist edge. And match your notches on your sleeve. Right, and you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch all the way across from that waist edge to the wrist edge of your sleeve. And now when you get to the dot underneath the underarm, you're going to leave your needle in and you're going to pivot going down the sleeve towards the wrist of the sleeve. So stop at that dot, lift your pressure foot up and pivot. Are you sewing this pattern, Lisa? Back stitch. All right. Now press your seam open. Okay. What I forgot to tell you all is that before you close your sleeve, make sure, matter of fact, I'm going to take this apart because I need to access the where you're going to put the I don't believe I just did that, but you know, sometimes you make mistakes, so that's what a seam ripper is for. So I forgot that you have to add your pattern piece number 7. Where is it? Which is your continuous lap. And I forgot to add that. So what you're going to do is from that dot on the wrong side of your sleeve near your wrist edge, you're going to stitch a triangle from the notch all the way up to the dot, back down to the other notch. So you can apply your contour, your continuous lap pattern piece number 7. And with your pattern piece number 7, you're going to do stitching, which is a 1/4 inch stitch across where the dot markings are. So that's where you're going to stitch a 1/4 inch all the way across your continuous lap piece. Okay, now after you stitch the triangle from your wrist edge notches to the dot, you're going to cut in between those stitching towards the dot, but not through the dot. Just like that. Now with your continuous lap piece, you're going to, now I do my continuous lap like this, with those dots, and with the right sides of the fabric facing, I place them at the edge of that triangle, and I pin. Matching the center dot with the top of the triangle stitch. You're going to pin. Now, it should look like this. With the triangle at the dot, that's where it's it's not going to be even. It's going to look like a diamond shape. It's going to look just like this, where you'll see the right size of the fabric of the continuous lap showing. And then you're going to stitch straight on that first stitching all the way across to the other end. Okay, so you see that stitch was a guide for me to attach the continuous lap to the opening of your sleeve on the other side. Okay, so now you're going to iron this flat. You're going to fold it. You're going to fold 1/4 of an inch over on the other side of the continuous lap piece. And you're going to press. And now you're going to fold that over, covering up the stitches. And press. And that's how it should look on the other side. Okay. Pin, and make sure before you pin, make sure the lap is covering up those stitches, because you're going to do an edge stitch on the other side or on the same side, or you're going to stitch in the ditch. Which I like doing is this. Okay, so it should look like this. And you can stitch in the ditch, or you can do an edge stitch close to the seam. Okay, see how you stitched in the ditch on the other side. Now you're going to fold it in half. You're going to do an angle stitch from the dot down at an angle so you can close the continuous lap up with right sides facing, right sides of the fabric facing on the sleeve. You're going to do an edge stitch. Back stitch to reinforce it better. Always back stitch. Okay. So hope you can see that, but that's how it's supposed to look. Okay. So now we're going to add the pleat at the sleeve, at the bottom of the sleeve. So with both pieces, notches, you're going to put both sides of the fabric matching. You're going to match the notches. And then you're going to pin. And then you're going to fold. Make sure the fold is towards the opening of the continuous lap. You're going to do just like that. And then you're going to edge stitch it at the very bottom. The pleat is going to be facing towards the continuous lap opening. So it's going to be folded that way towards the continuous lap. And you can edge or base stitch it closed. It's up to you. All right, so it should look like this. With the pleat facing, I should say, this, well, this way, yeah, just to face this way. See it? All right, so now you could close your sleeve. good time here. It's 5. All right. So now press your seams flat. Make sure you get rid of some excess thread pieces that you see that you have. All right. Now we're going to attach the cuff. And that'll be pattern piece number 8. So now with right side facing, the cuff and the wrist edge of your sleeve, the notch that you see at the very bottom, you're going to fold the other side of your cuff at the dots, as you see here, dot here, dot here. You're not going to fold the side where the notch is. You're going to fold the opposite side. And then you're going to press that down. Now, the side where the notch is, with right sides facing, you're going to match the notch on the edge of the wrist of the sleeve. And you're going to pin. And with the dots on each side of the length of the sleeve, you're going to match the dot at the continuous lap. And then you're going to start pinning to fit the cuff and the edge of the sleeve, the wrist edge of the sleeve. So put that inside so you can see it better. There you go. And you're going to take in the interface part of the sleeve. That's the side you're going to pin. And you're going to fit and pin all the way around the cuff edge and the sleeve edge. So. And now you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch from dot to dot. Now don't stitch past that dot. Always stitch from dot to dot. Okay. Now it's supposed to look like this. Now you're going to fold it, the cuff in half with right sides facing, like that. And you're going to match laying the edge, top edge, at the seam in half. First, let's press the seam allowance inside the cuff. Now you can trim the excess seam allowance off if you like, if it's, you know, if you don't want it real bulky. And that's what I'm about to do. So now I'll cut 1/4 inch off. And now that you press it and cut some of the seam allowance, you're going to match the dot on this side and the dot on this side. And you're going to pin. And match the dots on this side as well. You're going to pin. So now you're going to stitch 1/4 inch across both sides, both edges of the cuff. Now it's up to you if you want to cut some of the seam allowance away. If not, you can leave it. It's up to you. So I'm going to leave mine, but you can cut 1/4 inch off if you want. So you should stitch it just like that if you want, so it can bend over, so it can be flat like that. And then you'll trim some off as well. Let's do the other side. Cuffs and collars are the hardest parts in my. Oh, okay. They don't. They're not really hard. It's just you got to find easier ways to attach them. That's the key. So now you're going to take the edge and you're going to trim it down some. And then you're going to turn it over. Take your corner pusher and push as much as you can out. You're going to do that for both sides. And then you're going to press it over and cover this other seam allowance edge. I love doing cuffs. It's not it comes easier when you do it, when you apply them more. It'll come easier to you. So there you go. So now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to stitch in the ditch, or we're going to do an edge stitch. And I'm going to do the top stitch and edge stitch with my green thread all the way around to give it another detail to the cuff. So we're going to pin. Make sure you cover up your thread with the edge of the cuff to close it. Okay. So you're going to stitch in the ditch, or you're going to do an edge stitch like 1/8 of an inch away from the seam edge. Okay. Hey, Issa. I'm sorry, Enza. I'm up here pronouncing people's names wrong. All right. Okay, so now your cuff is attached, and that's what it looks like. I'm gonna put my my grommets, I forgot what they're called, my pinch grommets on later, which are these. So, and I purchased this from Amazon. So yep, it's gonna look like this. So, yep, that's the cuff. All right, so next is threads off. All right, so now we have attached the sleeve and the cuff. We're now going to, let's see, the instructions. We're now going to attach the midriff waistband, pattern piece number 9. So pattern piece number 9, you have 2 pieces, one fabric and one interface. So with right sides facing, the back and the front bodice, you're going to take pattern piece number 9, the midriff piece, the interface midriff piece, and with right sides facing, you're going to place that around the waist edge, matching the notches in the center back notch. And the edge. Now, you can attach this piece first and base stitch, but what I like to do, I like to attach both pieces at the same time with the uninterfaced seam right side facing the wrong side of the bodice in the back. You understand? Like this. Like the interface piece is matching the right side, and the uninterfaced piece is matched the wrong side. So it can be like this. And make sure you iron down the uninterfaced piece 1/4 of an inch from the edge at the dots. Press that down. And the side seams of the top, you're going to match on the dot of the midriff. And this is the tedious part, is pinning and matching the notches and all the markings. But it is important because you don't want a lopsided garment. Okay. Alright, so that's almost done. Okay. Once you get finished pinning, you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch all the way across. Change my bobbin. All right. Thank you guys for still hanging in there with me. I appreciate it. Okay. All right, so now the waistband is added. All right. Now we're going to press the seam inside the cuff, well, inside the band, the midriff band. All right. Excess threads, get these out the way. Make sure all this is pressed down. Flat. Now we're going to set this aside and work on the pants. Now you're going to take pattern piece number, we're working with B, so we're going to take pattern piece number 16. Yeah, pattern piece number 16. All right, and pattern piece number 17. And at the edge of the pocket, with the lining facing you on the right sides of the pants fabric, you're going to stitch, I believe 5/8 of an inch. Yes, 5/8 of an inch on the edge, top all the way around to the other side of the front seam, the side seam. So you're going to stitch all the way up, all the way around to the edge of the pocket to the side seam of the pants, 5/8 of an inch. Pattern piece number 16 and number 17. right, now this is how it's supposed to look. And we're going to trim 1/4 inch off the seam allowance around the pocket edge. And now you're going to make a couple notches in the curved part, but don't cut your thread. Now you're going to press that over. And tack this down. You're going to do an edge stitch an eighth of an inch from the edge, 1/8 of an inch from the edge. Doing the top stitching with my green thread around the pocket edge, pocket opening edge. I want to match it with the other side, so yeah. Let it look like this. So now we're going to attach pattern piece number 18. Now on my other piece, I attached the little coin pocket to this. So, and this is a little coin pocket number 19 with the same side as the dots. You're just going to fold over the front like we did the pocket for the front of the bodice. You're going to do the same technique like you did for the front of the bodice to the little coin pocket, the inside pocket for the pants. So I guess I'll show you how to do that now with pattern piece number 19. Now with right sides facing you, you're going to fold over at those dots. And you're going to press. And then you're going to fold over 1/4 of an inch from the pressed edge. And you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch from the top to the side to the bottom to the other side. Okay, so now you're going to put a little bit off of there like we did before. Here's my edge corner. And then with that stitching all the way around, that's where you're going to press. And there you have it. Now you're going to stitch to close the opening of the top of the pocket. And this is your pocket. Now, pattern piece number 18, you would fit the pocket right in between those two dots. And that will be your little coin pocket. All right, and then you would stitch, edge stitch it all the way around, do the bottom to the other side. So now you're going to take your pattern piece number 18 and you're going to attach it right sides facing the right side of the pocket lining. Matching the notches, the double notches on the pocket. Now, with the pants out of the way, you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch all the way around from the side to the bottom. You're going to leave the side seam part open. You're not going to stitch that. You're just going to stitch the bottom of the pocket and the other side of the pocket that's facing the center front. Just the pocket, not the pants, just the pocket. Thank you, LaShawn. Everything's looking good. Thank you. Thank you, Boo. Okay, now that you've attached your pocket and your pocket lining, this is how it should look here. All right. So now you can base stitch the side of the pocket closed so it won't keep opening. So with the notches matching, you can pin that. Make sure everything is flat. I want everything to be flat and nice. these dots here, top dot and dot, you're going to stitch, edge stitch 1/8 of an inch from dot to the top of the waist edge of the pants. And then you're going to base stitch the side of the pocket to the side seam of the pants. All right, so now you have a pocket. All right, so the next step is to grab your back piece of your pants, pattern piece number 20. And you're going to attach the dart. So on the waist edge of the pants, from the dot that you marked, you're going to fold and match the notches with right side spacing. And pin. And make sure you put a pin at the dot so you'll know where to start or where to stop. Now we're going to start at the waist edge and stitch all the way down to the dot, but leave some thread so you can tie your dart closed. You can reinforce it a little better by tying it with the extra thread. Do not back stitch and do not cut your thread. Lift your needle up and your pressure foot up, and then pull out some thread and then cut. You're going to take it and make it a couple knots to reinforce it a little better. Okay, now you cut the thread a little bit. And you can press it towards the side seam of your pants. I'm sorry, the center back, you can press it towards the center back. Sometimes I do the side seam, but you can press it towards the center back of your pants. And you can base it closed if you want, but that's a step that I don't care for really. All right, now the next step is next step is number 48. All right, you're going to take the back piece and the front piece of your pants with right sides facing. Attach the inner seam of your pants, matching the notches, and you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch. You're going to stitch them closed. So pin at the bottom edge of your pants and in between the crotch, the top of the crotch, you're going to pin. Okay. My husband in there tripping, watching a movie. All right, you're going to use 5/8 of an inch and stitch all the way from the crotch to the bottom hem of your pants. Using 5/8 of an inch, you're going to back stitch. Thank you. I appreciate that. Does anyone have any questions? Everybody okay? All right. Alright, so now you're going to press your seam open. Now you're going to close the other side, the side seam closed, matching your notches near the pocket, at the pocket I should say, and all the way down towards the hem. All right, you're going to stitch using 5/8 of an inch from the waist edge down to the hem. Okay, so that's done. And you gotta press the seam allowance open. All right, now we're gonna close the pants up. Let's see, blah, 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 da, da, da. Now to close the back part of the pants, what I'm going to do is take one leg and take the other leg with right sides facing and place it inside of the other leg, with the front pocket and this pocket matching each other. And I'm going to put it inside of the other pants leg. Just like that. Okay. And we're going to close up the back. The back of the pants. And we're going to pin at the notches, the 3 notches the waist edge. I'm going to attach the seams at the middle of the crotch. And at the dots, let me show you on this. We're going to pin. Like this is the center front, and this is the dot at the front crotch. And we're going to pin. Okay. So we're going to pin. We pin the back. So we're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch from the center back to the middle of the crotch to the center front, and we're going to come 5/8 of an inch here and curve around to the dot, like you see on this side, because you had to enforce the dot at the where the plaque is going to go for the front. So you had to enforce it at the dot, 5/8 of an inch. But you're going to bring the stitching, the 5/8 of an inch, all the way to the top, and then pivot to the dot. Lift your pressure foot up with the needle still in and pivot towards that dot. Back stitch at that dot. Okay. Okay. It should look like this. So I don't know what happened, but okay. It should look like this. From the back, the center back, all the way across the crotch area to the center front. Just like that. already. Now take your legs out from one another. Press the seam allowance open. Okay. Now you have your pants together. All right. Now we're about to attach the top to the bottoms. So get your top. Now with right sides facing of the pants and the top, you're going to attach the interface piece of the midriff band around the pant, the bottom waist edge of the pants. Make sure you have all your markings, matching all your markings from the center back notch to the notch from the waistband. Pin from the dot to the side seam. And the notch near the edge of the waistband. I keep saying waistband, you know, midriff waistband, same thing. Okay. Okay. So once you fit that across your midriff band, and start stitching it 5/8 of an inch. And make sure you get the other band out of the way so you won't stitch that down, because we're only working with the interface band right now. Hey Carm, how are you? Eddie, I'm about to put the solo on my TV so you can get some watch time. Okay. Thank you, boo. Yeah, I need some watch time. Got a couple people joining me still. That's good. Thank you guys for staying in there with me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. And the waistband is attached. What's next? All right. Now we're gonna see. All right. Make sure that's pressed out. So I'm about to press that and cut some of the seam allowance away from inside of the band. So I don't want it real bulky. So yeah. Cut some of that away. And then we're going to stitch in the ditch and cover that up with the other waistband, the uninterfaced waistband, so it can look just like this. But let's trim some of this seam allowance so it won't be bulky. Be careful not to cut. a lot off. And don't cut the other piece. Make sure that's out of the way. Okay. Now cut the other side of the seam allowance. Okay. I'm working with denim, so this is pretty thick. Okay. So now make sure you cover your stitching up with the other waistband, inside band. Let me iron this flap down a little bit more. Yeah. So a little flatter. Yeah, that's better. I don't want it bulky at the seam. matching up my seams and first. Yeah, this is the time-consuming part. Making sure I pin it good. Okay. Keep shaking, y'all. All right. Let's see something. Let me press this down a little bit more. This is the time-consuming part. I tell you, this waist mid edge waistband. Woo! Got a lot of pinning to take. All right. Make sure it fits. All right. Yeah, we're making good timing. All right, 7. Not bad, not bad. After I apply this, then we're going to do I think it's going to be the placket. Yeah, the placket. Alright. Now we're going to edge stitch or stitch in the ditch. We're going to stitch this closed on the right side of the fabric. Let me take my pants there out. Oop. Okay. So far, everything is looking good. All right, now we're going to stitch in the ditch. Now I'm going to do some top stitching and edge stitching to the band. So here we go. right, that's looking good. So let me finish do some top stitching to the band. Alright, now the waistband is done. I'll put the green detail on it. Alright, so now we're going to do the placket. Alright. Almost finished, almost finished. Now with pattern piece number 21. Alright, make sure you put all your markings on both pieces of your placket, and both pieces are interfaced. Okay, so take the placket that's been folded and pressed 5/8 of an inch seam allowance on one side, and with right sides facing, you're going to match the notches, which the double notch is for the top part on your bodice. So match the double notches. All right, let's work with the right side of your jumper first. Yeah, because it says number 54, apply interface to placket, number 14 or number 21 sections. press under 5/8 of an inch on unnotched edge. Okay. So let's press that first. I already did it with this one, so let me do it with the other one. Let me get my little guide. I love this little thing. Where is it? Here it is. This thing. This is my measuring gauge, and it has all of the measurements on it. So I like to get the 5/8 of an inch one. And I got this from Joann's, and it does come in handy. Okay, so we did that. So now I'm going to do the right side of the jumper, matching the notches of your placket in the center front. Going to pin. I'm going to reinforce this crotch again because I don't want it to unravel. So y'all should enforce it some more as well. That's what I'm going to do. Because I don't like when things unravel. Got to enforce them better. Here we go. Backstitch a couple times, especially with denim. Make sure you got some. Here we go. Much better. Yeah. Much better. Okay. Now we're going, yep. Now with the placket, you're going to pin it all the way down, matching this dot. To this dot here. So I'm going to pin that. So I'll stick a pin in it and then find it on the other side and pin. All right, now I'm going to fit. Can y'all see? Okay. Make sure y'all can see me do this. Okay, now we're going to stitch, let's say 5/8 of an inch. Press under pin placket down front edges, matching small dots and notches. Stitch from upper edge to small dot. Yep, 5/8 of an inch. Here we go. And we're just going to stitch from the top of the collar edge to the dot. Okie dokie. So now Now we're going to attach the collar before we attach the other side of the placket. No. We're going to attach the other placket. Yep, that's what we're going to do. Let's press this though. Press the seam allowance inside. Let's attach the other placket. Matching notches. Now, for this to match, to get my chalk. All right. Now I want this to match evenly, so I'm gonna make some lines with my ruler and my chalk pencil. So short these that line up. All right, everything's lined up, so I'm gonna make sure everything's lined up. Let's line up evenly. Yeah, here we go. pen. I don't want anything lopsided. I just made some chalk markings so everything will line up nicely. All right. All right, find your needle and put it down and start. Get that out the way. Back stitch. Hi, Kim. How are you? Thank you for joining me. Okay, now we're going to attach the collar. Put the collar together, then we're going to attach it to the placket. So take pattern piece number 15. And you're going to press under on the curved part of your collar, the interface piece. You're going to press under 5/8 of an inch. And I've already done that with my interface piece. So now you're going to take both pieces after you pressed it down with right sides facing. And with the dot, you're gonna stitch at the dot all the way around from the side to the top of the collar to the other side to the other dot. And like T said, I think it was T. No, it was Marima. Marama. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I'm so sorry if I'm messing up your name. I'm not good with names, but she said she had problems with the collar. Now the collar, I like doing the collars. The collars are pretty easy to do for me, but some people have difficulties. No, I'm sorry. T said it. T said something about the cuff and the collars that she that she has a problem with attaching them, I think. Yeah. But once you start doing them more, you'll get the hang of it more. And I like doing the collars. So make sure you pin all the way around. Now you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch from the dot on the side to the top to the other dot. All right, leave your needle in and pivot when you do the top of the collar. Back stitch. Make sure you back stitch. All right. So now that we've done that, now we're going to trim the edges. We're going to trim, I guess, a 1/4 inch off around the collar. Now take your point turner. Okay. Make sure that's done. Okay, now I'm going to do my top stitching with my green thread. Okay. Now we're going to attach the collar with the uninterfaced edge, the edge that's not folded under, with right side spacing. Match this shoulder seam with the dot. And match the notches. That notch, that first notch from the edge of the collar to the first notch from the center front of your bodice. And you're going to pin. Now, with the edge of the collar, you're going to place it at the center front of your top. Then you're going to fold over the band, the placket, I'm sorry, at that seam allowance. Match both of those notches and match this dot at the center front. And pin. Well, let's take care of the collar first. All right. You're going to stitch down 5/8 of an inch all the way on the edge of the neck of the collar and stitch it down from edge to edge. All right. Pin this out of the way so you won't stitch it down. So fold it and pin it. The interface part of the collar. So you won't stitch that down. All right. Alright, so stitch from dot to dot. So make sure the edge of the collar is at the dot on the placket. All right. All right. Stitch right across 5/8 of an inch. Sewing machine. Go. Okay, now that the collar is attached to the top edge of your neck band, now we're going to attach the top edge of the placket. So, there we go. You're going to fold over the placket. From matching dot to dot, you're going to pin, and you're going to stitch from all the way across 5/8 of an inch from the edge. And you're going to fold it right side spacing. Okay, we'll do both sides the same. Hello, hello, hello. All right. So now it should look like, if you trim it, you're going to push out the corners like that, and it should look like this. Okay. And it should look like this on the inside. So let's trim some of that off. Make sure you don't cut your collar. Get that out the way. You can cut 1/4 of an inch off. That'll be good enough. Point turner. Turn it in. Get this a little bit closer to the edge, a little bit. Okay. It's a lot of pressing. Make sure you press, press, press. A lot of pressing. And make sure you cut a slash from here across, just like you did on the other side. Ready? That out the way. Okay. Next step is to close up your collar. Close up your collar and make sure you press your seam allowance inside your collar. Make sure your dots match for your side seam, your shoulder seam. And you could slip stitch your collar closed. I'm just going to stitch in the ditch. Okay, so close your collar up. Here we go. All right, now the pocket, the collar is closed. Now we're going to close in the placket. Okay. So you're going to do this for both sides, making sure you cover up the seam. Make sure this is flat. Okay. All right. Let me close up the other side. Alrighty, so now I'm gonna tack this down. Right now I'm doing the top stitching, so you can edge stitch or top stitch or stitch in a ditch to close your placket closed. To stitch your placket closed. Almost finished, y'all. Almost finished. Duper this fabric. Okay, here we go. Alright, down the front edge. Okay, that side is done. I'll do the other side. All right.
Finish off. Stitching the bottom of this placket. Okay. Alright, so that's done. Alright, now we're going to close it in. Alright, so
Now to close the crotch bottom. We're going to put these two pieces closed. Well, I'm sorry, cut at the dots. It says wrong sides. So you're going to fold one of them and fold it at the bottom. That way. Take the left side, fold it upside down like this. Okay. And then turn it in, and then take this one, fold it over top of that one. Okay. So it's like the top is overlapping the back of the other placket. And this is laying flat like this. But first we're just going to take just one, and we're going to stitch it across. We're going to stitch it across here. Okay. It's from dot to dot, really. We're going to stitch it from dot to the other dot. Make sure this is flat. Okay. So let's do this again. Right. Move that one out of the way. Fold this like that. And you're going to stitch it from dot to dot all the way across. In the world. How did this happen? I don't know how that happened. Thread got wound up. All right, let's fix this. Okay. All right, so now that's done. Now let's close this in. Alright, okay, let's do this. Well, Okay, here we go. So make sure that lays flat. The crotch area. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Alright, I hope I did this right with the dots. We'll see. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna finish it off the air, but we are done. I have to stitch across here a little bit more. And we'll try it on so y'all can see.
Even though I know this fire brings me pain, even so, and just the same, make it rain down, Lord. Make it rain. Oh, make it rain.
All right, guys.
Make it rain.
I gotta put my buttons and stuff on. This is it. I got to put the buttons on. But yeah, came out nice. I'm gonna put snaps on like I did this side. Yeah. The green details stitching, top stitching. Yeah. Okay. I finished, y'all. Cute, huh? All right. Thanks everyone for watching and who joined in putting it together. So I gotta put pink buttons in it. Close it up. Yep, top stitching. So thank you guys for joining me this evening. take pictures of yours that you've made. But yep. Take care, guys.